Living water, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuah Yahushua. Living water, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuah. I'll sing out with praise to you. Your name is beautiful to me, my King. I'll sing out with praise to you. My heart desires to honor you, my Yahuah. I sing out with praise to you, Yahushua. Living Torah, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuah. Yahushua. Living Torah, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuah. I sing out with praise to you. Your name is beautiful to me, my King. I sing out with praise to you. My heart desires to honor you, my God. I sing out with praise to you, Yahushua. Living Torah, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuah. Baruch haba Hashem Yahuah. Baruch haba Hashem Yahuah. Baruch haba Hashem Yahuah.
Israel, Yahuah, our Elohim, Yahuah is one. And you shall love Yahuah your Elohim with all your heart, and with all your being, and with all your might. And these words which I am commanding you today shall be in your heart, and you shall impress them upon your children, and shall speak of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. And shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall write them on the doorpost of your house and on your gates. The second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. On these two commands hangs all the Torah and prophets. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Maranatha, Hushanu. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Welcome to the Netzarim channel. All right, let's see now. Ooh, look at that. All righty. All righty. There we go. Oh, I forgot to put my greeting in there. Let me do that real quick. Shabbat. Shalom. Beloved of Yahuah. That be you. It's always an honor to congregate with the beloved of Yahuah. I'm glad y'all are here. Okay, I think I got everything set up now correctly. We got a really super duper good study this evening. Yahuah has been laying this on my heart most of the week. And I didn't really prepare for it except just recently, but I always leave it up to Yahuah anyway. What he wants to be said will be said, regardless what I do. So it's a good one. We're going to talk about intimacy and the different divine invitations of intimacy that Yahuah offers each and every one of us. There's a lot in scriptures talking about relationships with Yahuah, and we have him as our relationship with humanity as our creator, for instance, and then as our father, as our husband, as our friend, as our deliverer, as our bridegroom, redeemer, so forth and so on. There's just a ton of different relationships. So we're going to talk about some of them. We don't have time to talk about all of them, but nevertheless, it's going to be a really great and interesting study. So stick around. You'll be glad you did. I hope everybody had a nice week. Time went rather quickly for me, but when you're busy, that's what happens. So be a busy beaver, time flies. If you're a lazy sloth, time will drag. At least for me, anyway. So anyway, great study this evening, coming straight from Yahuah to you. Yahuah is our teacher. And once he teaches us, then he hands us off to Yahusha, and his spirit dwells us, and we become one. So before we get started, I'm going to have to go into the chat room, say hello to some people, like I do every week, and I read their name and their avatar, whatever you want to call it, and then I read what they wrote. and then we'll go directly into our study this afternoon, this evening. Still daylight here, probably for another, it's like hour and a half or so. It'll be daylight. But that's what happens this time of year. In the winter, it's dark already by the time we come on. Sabbath had already started. So really, we do 2 Sabbath shows per week. One in the beginning of the Shabbat, and then one about the middle of the Shabbat. So we really do 2 Shabbat studies every week, and they're a lot of fun. And so, been doing them for a while. Love doing them. Love congregating with Yahuah's people, His beloved, His chosen, and I can't think anywhere else in the world I'd rather be, or anything else I'd rather be doing, than being right here, right now, with Yahuah and studying His Word with His people. And so it's a lot of fun. So stick around. And here we go. We're going to say hello to Miss Sandra Runston. And she says, Shema. Shema is Hebrew for here. And welcome, Sister Sandra. Peggy Russell, welcome. Shalom, everyone. Welcome, Sister Peggy. Chris Strykowski. Shabbat Shalom, family, with love from Chris and Amber. Welcome, Chris and Amber. Glad y'all are here. All esteemed Yah, welcome. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Praise Yah. Thanks for coming. Glad you're here. Ali Sheba 7. Glad you're here. Shabbat Shalom, family, from June and Joe. Welcome, June and Joe, to the Netzarim channel. Glad you all are here. Ann Dupre. Glad you're here. Shabbat Shalom, Mashpaka. Welcome, Ann. Jeremiah, welcome. Shabbat Shalom, family. Welcome, Brother Jeremiah, to the Netzarim channel. Lou and Phyllis White's in the house. We love you, Mark, and all the family. We all love you back, and you're very important to us all, and we're so glad you're here with us every week. And so welcome to the Netzarim channel, Lou and Phyllis. Brother Davy Steed, welcome. Shabbat Shalom, family. Glad you're here, Brother Davy. Speaking of Brother Davy, he used to come on all the time on our afternoon Shabbat studies. I wish you'd start coming back on, David. You had a lot of good things to say, and we kind of miss you asking questions. You asked a lot of good questions. So if you can handle it, come on back on. We don't care if you didn't shave. You're not supposed to shave. So you come on back in there with a hairy face. We don't care. We don't mind a bit. Promise you. All right. Miss Rose Wright. Welcome, Sister Rose. Glad you're here. Shabbat Shalom. Sow seeds of love. Luke 8:11. Oh, yeah. We're going to be talking a lot about love this evening. Yeah. Must be right. We're on the same page. Ruach is going out and encompassing us all. And we're getting the same message tonight, which is love. And the seed is the word of Yahuah. Brother Mark, glad you're here. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to Netzarim channel, Brother Mark. Eduardo Caladiria. Might get your name right one of these years. I don't know. Welcome. Glad you're here. Shabbat Shalom, Nazarene family. Sorry for butchering your name every week. I got a little bit of a speech impediment, maybe hindering me, but I don't want to use that for excuse. I really want to say your name right one of these days. Yahuah willing. Sister Kate Connell, Shabbat Shalom Mishpaka. Welcome, Sister Kate. Brother Chance, welcome. Yahuah Chana. Shabbat Shalom, brothers and sisters. Rumamu Yahuah Saboat, the Kadesh one of Yasharal. Hallelujah. Favor and peace to all the Kadeshim and Adon Yahusha HaMashiach with love always. Hallelujah. Brother John, welcome. Mr. Three Job, Shabbat Shalom. Ashun Abarit, unleavened speech. Welcome, Brother John. Busy girl. Welcome, Sister Jocelyn. Glad you are here. Hallelujah. I'm glad to be here. Thank you, Mark, Lou, and Phyllis. Thank you for being here, Sister Jocelyn. Debbie Alvey. Glad you're here, Debbie. Shabbat Shalom, Nazarene. Thanks for coming, Debbie. Welcome to the Nazarene channel. Kristen, 144, welcome. Glad you're here. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome, Kristen. Poetic Minds. Welcome. Glad you're here. Shabbat Shalom, family. Thanks for coming, Poetic Minds. All right. If I missed anybody, sorry about that. I didn't intentionally miss you. I've been accused of doing that, but I've never done that. I would never do anything like that because everyone is welcome here on the Nazarene channel. Every time, anytime, and all the time that it broadcasts live from the great state of Texas. So welcome, everyone. Special shout out to our Incognito group. Thank you all for coming every week and chilling out with us and studying the scriptures of truth. And thank you for Speedy Gonzalez and his faction for being here. They have gone, 6 weeks? Speedy says they've all went 6 weeks without eating mice tails and pig meat. So yay for Speedy and his faction. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get started now. And here we go again. And again and again and again. Until Yahushua returns. Right? All right. Let me get started here. Okay, so like I said, we're going to talk about your and mine, our divine invitation to intimacy and what Yahuah has for each one of us, what he has in store for each one of us. James 4:8 says, come near to Elohim, and he will come near to you. Before the fall of man, before the first sin was committed by humanity, by a human, there was a couple that we're all familiar with. And their names were Adam. Later on, they became Adam and Kuva, or Eve. But at first, they were simply Adam, because they were one. And so this first couple together as one experienced perfect intimacy with Elohim in the garden, or otherwise known as the Garden of Eden. When this couple touched and ate the forbidden fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, they essentially severed their intimate relationship with their Father and Creator. So at first, his intimate relationship with humanity was Father and Creator, or Creator and Father. He's going to return back to that in the end. In the end, he will be return back to being the Creator and the Father, into those two main roles that he was in the beginning. All these other roles, or modes, if you will, that he is performing between him and mankind have come in order to represent all the things that he is to humanity. But in the end, he will return back to being the Creator and the Father of his chosen, his delivered people. So that loss of intimacy is demonstrated by the fact that they both hid from Yahuah. They hid from Elohim when he was strolling in the garden in the cool of the evening. And he called out to them, "Where are you? Where are you? I call. Where are you?" Whereas before eating the fruit, they had felt close to Elohim, but afterwards they hid from him, trying to keep their sin a secret. Have any of you ever done something wrong and hid from your father, your earthly dad? Well, you can kind of relate to what they were feeling like, right? You knew punishment was coming, and obviously so did they. But nevertheless, Yahuah had a plan to restore this special intimacy, this special bond, the intimacy mankind lost in the garden. That plan for intimacy with humanity is continuously revealed throughout the entire scriptures of truth, which makes it the greatest love story was ever told. Across the spectrum of ages, even through Judaism and other religions, the acknowledgement of intimacy has been talked about throughout the spectrum of the ages. Intimacy with Elohim is described in terms from anywhere from a husband to a bridegroom to a father and even to a best friend. So let's take a moment this evening to look at how we can cultivate these forms of intimacy with Yahuah, our Elohim, in our lives today. How can we mend this type of deep relationship, as in a marriage between a man and a woman? Most of the time, Jewish weddings are conducted under what they call the chapah, which it symbolizes the home the couple will build together and raise their children in. So, intimacy with Yahuah has always been his desire. Intimacy with Yahuah as our bridegroom goes throughout the scriptures of truth. Matter of fact, Isaiah 54:5 says, "For your maker is your husband." Yahuah Al Shaddai is his name. He's the set apart one of Israel. He's your redeemer. He is called the Elohim of all the earth, of all the Eretz. So your maker is your husband. This statement alone teaches us what Yahuah's intentions were when he created humanity. His intentions was to make humanity his wife, his bride, in a close, intimate relationship with humanity. Not a set part one, not one that's got a gap in it, not one that has a chasium in it, but one that's close, near, as one with him. So close that we become one with him. That's his intentions when he created. Perhaps one of the most striking pictures of intimacy between Yahuah and his chosen people in both the Tanakh and the Netzarim writings is the image of a groom and a bride, a husband and a wife. The image of oneness, such as Adam. There was no Chua in the beginning, just Adam. They were both Adam. That's it. A monotheistical religion called Judaism, and they do shoot themselves in their own foot, but supposedly they're monotheistic, abounds with such images of intimacy and love as well. For instance, the master says that he chose Yisrael in the first place because of love, because he loved Yisrael. Love. He loved them. Deuteronomy 7:7-8 says, Yahuah set his love on you and chose you because Yahuah loves you. Would a man make a woman his wife without loving her? Well, if he had all his marbles up there, he probably would not. So this verse in Deuteronomy 7 describes Yahuah's love for his people, his beloved Yisrael. Using language that evokes a man's love for a woman. The verb set his love, he set his love on you and chose you, is a verb. So love requires action. So the verb set his love on you, or in Hebrew, hashak, hashak means to love, to be attracted to, or to cling to, or to choose in love. So as well, Yahuah is translated throughout the scriptures as love as well, but a special type of love, a love between a man and a woman. Or we find out later that this is just a type or foreshadow for the love between Elohim and mankind. And it goes deeper into an intimate friendship, best friends, beyond understanding, intimate friends. And then even deeper is in the love of a father and his son, father and a child. It's a deep love. Sometimes even deeper than the love between a man and a woman. It's the love of a father and a child. We can see then the enduring nature of Yahuwah's love for Yisrael, his beloved bride. Jewish prayer confirms this love morning and evening. It is spoken after the Shema. The Shema states, "Hear, O Yisrael, Yahuah, our Elohim." Yahuah is one. But then after that comes an explanation of his love, what he wants from mankind, between him and mankind, and that's an intimate relationship. So after the Shema that they say in the morning, they recite Ahava Rabbah Ahavtanu. With great love you have loved us. In the evening, they say Ahavat Alam. With eternal love, you love Yisrael. And immediately reveal that this love is reciprocal by praying. You shall love Yahuwah, your Elohim, with all your heart. Ahavata et Hashem elek tikach. Don't you just love my Hebrew? Further, in Hebrew tradition, the Song of Songs, or the Song of Solomon, possesses verses of love and intimacy, such as Song of Songs 6:3. I am my beloved's, and my beloved is mine. This verse expresses Yahuwah's love for Yisrael. Matter of fact, we find that Yahuwah's love is often expressed using a metaphor of marriage between a man and a woman, or anything, oneness. At the giving of the Torah at the base of Mount Sinai, there was a wedding ceremony conducted. Mount Sinai itself became the wedding canopy, the Shapah. And the Torah becomes the Ketubah, or the Ketubah, which means the marriage contract. So we have the wedding, Mount Sinai is the wedding canopy. We have the Torah as the wedding contract, the marriage contract, or the vows. So what does this tell us? Well, it should tell us very clearly Yahuwah's relationship with Israel is a true, real, true love story. Perhaps the greatest love story that has ever been told. Jewish bride and grooms always recite their vows underneath the wedding canopy or the shipah. And so by understanding this, we could see what really happened at the base of Mount Sinai. It was a metaphor of a wedding. Matter of fact, marriage and wooing or sparking imagery continues throughout the prophetic writings, such as in the following promises in Isaiah 54:5 that we just read. For your husband is your maker, whose name is Yahuah Sabaoth, and your redeemer is the set apart one of Yisrael, who is called the Elohim of all the earth. And in Isaiah 62:5, it says, as the bridegroom rejoices over the bride, so your Elohim will rejoice over you. And Jeremiah 3:14 says, I am your husband. Let's go to Jeremiah. Look at Jeremiah 3:14. Jeremiah 3:14. Return, O backsliding children, declares Yahuwah. For I shall rule over you, and I shall take you, one from a city and two from a clan, and shall bring you to Zion. And I shall give you shepherds according to my heart, and they shall feed you with knowledge and understanding. Look at Jeremiah 31 and 32. Jeremiah 31 and 32. See, the days are coming, says Yahuwah, when I shall make a renewed covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Yehudah. Not like the covenant I made with their fathers in the Yam when I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Mitzrayim. My covenant which they broke, though I was a husband to them, declares Yahuwah. For this is the covenant I shall make with the house of Israel after those days, declares Yahuwah. I shall put my Torah in their inward parts and write it on their hearts. And I shall be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. And then maybe perhaps the most famous of them all will be found in Hosea. So Hosea 2, 19 through 20. I will betroth you to me forever. Yes, I will betroth you to me in righteousness and in justice, in loving kindness and in compassion. And I will betroth you to me in trustworthiness. Then you will know Yahuah, your Elohim. This tender verse here in Hosea 2 reveals what Yahuah's intent is. And Yahuah's intent is that he wants you to know him in an intimate way. Go to Hosea in the BYNV. Hosea 2. (19 and 20). It says, and I shall take you as a bride to me forever, and take you as a bride to me in righteousness, and in right ruling, and kindness and compassion. And I shall take you as a bride to me in trustworthiness, and you shall know Yahuah. Look over at Amos now. Not Amos. Back into Hosea. I don't know why I said Amos. Go back to Hosea 6. So Hosea 6, 3. It says, so let us pursue to know Yahuah. His going forth is as certain as the morning, and he comes to us like the rain, like the latter rain, watering the earths. And so pursue to know Yahuah means to draw close to him and pursue an intimate relationship with him. This is what this is talking about. Let us pursue to know Yahuah. This is his intent. This is what he wants. He wants you to know him. Yada in Hebrew. So these tender verses here in Hosea reveals Yahuah's intent for humanity. He wants us to yada, to know him. Yada doesn't simply mean to know, it means to know intimately. So yada means to know intimately, to perceive, to understand, and experience. To know Yahuah means that we experience him intimately. Yada. The imagery of this very intimate relationship with Yahuah, between Yahuah and his beloved Yisrael, continues throughout the writings of the Talmudim, Yahushua's Talmudim. They explain that Yahusha is a bridegroom, and those who follow him are the bride of Messiah. 2 Corinthians 11:2 says, I promised you to one husband, to Mashiach, so that I might present you as a pure virgin to him. Look that up in the BYNB. 2 Corinthians. Eleven, 2. For I am jealous for you with a jealousy according to Yahuah. For I gave you in marriage to one husband, to present you as an innocent maiden to Mashiach. Okay. So this, my friends, means that the blood of the Lamb has the power to clean you up totally to where you are white as snow. So clean that it restores your virginity, your maidenhood. You're clean like you never ever did anything wrong. Now that's powerful stuff right there. So that's pretty much the understanding of our relationship with Yahuah as our creator. His intent from the beginning was to have an intimate relationship with us as our creator and our father. And yes, it went on to be our bridegroom. We're going to talk more about that part here shortly. But for right now, let's go to look at that father relationship a little bit closer. So intimacy with Yahuah as our father. So another metaphor of intimacy, if you will, in the scriptures of truth is that Yahuah is our father. This is an intimate relationship between a father and his child, his children. Although many people think of Yahuah as the father of mankind, that specific terminology is reserved for those who are the children of Elohim. In other words, those who do his will. Hebrew tradition calls the idea of Yahuah as the father of all human beings as modern and highly apologetical. It states that this particular formulation finds no support in the Tanakh or any other Hebraic sources. Rather, the intimate relationship described in the Torah is father-children, and a father-children term. And so this intimate relationship described in father-children terms is reserved for Yahuwah's relationship to the children of Yisrael, or Israel, not mankind. Not for mankind as a whole, but for the children of Yisrael. Look at Deuteronomy 14:12. Deuteronomy 14. 12, 14. Deuteronomy 14. One through 5 or 6. Or actually 1 and 2. You are the children of Yahuwah your Elohim. Bam. Right there. Point made. You are the children of Yahuwah your Elohim. Do not cut yourself nor shave the front of your head for the dead, for you are a set apart people to Yahuwah your Elohim, and Yahuwah has chosen you to be a people for himself, a treasured possession above all the peoples who are on the face of the earth. Specifically, explicitly is saying you, Israel, is the children of Yahuwah, your Elohim. Now, believers in Yahushua, the Mashiach, understand that people from all nations can be engrafted or grafted into Yisrael. Then, being adopted children, adopted sons, they become the children of Elohim as well, through the obedience of belief in Yahushua. But belief is an action word and requires action to verify it or to make it real. Luke 8:21, Yahushua explicitly stated, my mother and brothers are those who hear Yahuwah's word and put it into practice. Not just believe, but put it into practice. Look at John 12. John 12:36 says, while you have the light, believe in the light, so that you become sons of light. These words Yahushua spoke and went off and was hidden from them. So are you catching what this is saying? Well, you have the light, which obviously is Yahushua. Believe in the light, which is obviously Yahushua, so that you become sons of light. Okay, so if we become sons of light, then, and we have the light, we believe in the light, we become sons of light, this is telling us then that Yahushua is the father of lights. Is Yahuwah. Very clearly. Look at Luke. Go to Luke 16. 16:8. Luke 16:8 says, And the master praised the uprightness manager, uprighteous manager, because he had acted shrewdly. And the master praised the uprighteous manager because he had acted shrewdly. Because the sons of this age are more shrewd in their generation than the sons of light. Sons of light. Look at Ephesians. Ephesians 5:8. Ephesians 5:8, page 1146. It says, "For you were once darkness, but now you are light in the Master. Walk as children of light." So the children of Yahuah, Elohim, is Israel. Israel means rulers with Yah. Rulers with Yah. Doesn't mean you're a certain specific race. It means you rule with Yah because you are married to him. So you would basically, in the literal world, he's the king, we're the queen, ruling over his kingdom with him. Does that hurt your male ego out there, boys? Well, if it does, sorry about that. You need to get off your high horse and understand the spiritual meaning over this. This isn't literal, it's spiritual. Look at 1 Thessalonians 5:5. 1 Thessalonians 5:5. It says, "For you are all sons of light and sons of the Yam. We are not of the Leah or night, nor of darkness." So then we should not sleep as others do, but we should watch and be sober. Very interesting chapter at 1 Thessalonians 5. Read it in context, you get a chance. It's pretty good. So you get the point. So anyone can be engrafted into Israel and become a son of light. Yahuah explained that very well in Luke 8:21, folks. My mother and brothers are those who hear the words of Yahuah and do them. The Tanakh, which is the Torah, the prophets, and the writings, beginning with Psalms, the Tanakh does not particularly focus on Elohim as our Father, as much as the New Testament does, or the Nazarene writings does. But the Tanakh does not particularly focus on that. Yahuah is our Father for the whole Israel nation, all the Hebrews. But there are at least 15 paternal references to Yahuah in the Tanakh toward Israel. At least 15 paternal references. And one of the most moving prayers in Hebrew literature is Avinu Malkinu, or our Father, our Sovereign. And it's usually sung in Israel on the high set apart day of trumpets, and the Day of Atonement, and every day that connects Yom, the Day of Trumpets, to the Day of Atonement, or Kippur, is called the 10 Days of Awe. And so they sing that our Father, our Sovereign, every day, those 10 days of awe. And of course, this is traditional, but nevertheless, they do it. And that tradition began around 40 to 135, somewhere in there. And this was originally a prayer and recited to Yahuah to end what was happening at that time, and which was a very devastating drought in the land. So, our Father, our Sovereign, we have no king but you. Hebrew tradition states that Yahuah immediately answered their prayer. Look at Isaiah 63:16. Isaiah 63:16. For you are our Father, though Abraham does not know us and Israel does not recognize us. You, O Yahuah, are our Father, our Redeemer. Your name is from old. And look at Isaiah 33. Isaiah 33:22. For Yahuah is our judge. Yahuah is our lawgiver. Yahuah is our sovereign or king. He saves us. As well, Yahusha authoritatively, with great authority, revealed deep intimacy with Elohim by referring to him many, many times in the Nazarene writings as my Father, which was perhaps unprecedented in Hebrew practice, especially at that time. And moreover, he taught all of us to pray by beginning our supplications with our Father, which are in the Shemaim, or in heaven, denoting a shared, intimate relationship among all of his children. The Nazarene writings, or what they call the Brit Chadasha, or New Covenant, also highlights Yahusha's use of the familiar Aramaic title Abba, which is an intimate way of saying father. In English, it would be like saying dad, about which the Hebrew state that any Jew would be considered irreverent if he used Father in relationship to Elohim. In fact, the Brit Chadasha itself has over 165 references to the paternal nature of Yahuah, being our Heavenly Father. The Tanakh does have very clear paternal references as well, at least 15. The psalmist praised Yahuah as a father or Ab to the fatherless, and stated that he was also a defender of widows. Look at Psalms 68. Psalm 68, 5. Father of the fatherless and right ruler of widows is Elohim in his set apart dwelling. Isaiah affirmed that you, Master, are our Father in Isaiah 64:8, and described the faithful commitment of Yahuah to those with whom he shares a relationship with in Isaiah 64:4, when he said, "No eye has seen any Elohim besides you, who acts on behalf of those who wait for him." So waiting for Yahuah acknowledges his sovereignty, his kingship, and demonstrates our trust in his timing and our reliance on his trustworthiness. So wait on him. We are not to regard him as a vending machine stocked with blessings, gifts, or answers, but we are to regard him as a living being with emotions, with feelings, who desires the love of those he loves. He wants you to love him back and to know him intimately. In Jeremiah 31, Jeremiah affirms the strength of Yahuwah's tenderness toward Israel. Let's look at it. Jeremiah 31, 3. Yahuwah appeared to me from afar, saying, I have loved you with an everlasting love. Therefore I shall draw you with kindness. I am going to build you again, and you shall be rebuilt, O maiden of Yisrael. So this really affirms the strength of Yahuwah's tenderness toward Israel. And James, the half-brother of Yahusha, whose real name was Yaakov, urges us in 4:8, when he says, come near to Elohim, and he will come near to you. He's urging you to have an intimate relationship with Elohim. And 1 John 4:19 says, we love him because he first loved us. So Hebrew tradition underscores the difficulty to obey. By choice, the Shema's command that you shall love Yahuah your Elohim. Because we cannot be commanded to fall in love, as we commonly use that phrase, to fall in love. Nobody can force you to love them, but we can be commanded to open ourselves to the possibility of love in practical ways. We can begin to cultivate love for Yahuah by committing ourselves to investing in the relationship, building it up over time, and making time to create an intimate relationship with him, such as on the weekly Shabbat and the 7 appointed times. Cultivating love for Yahuah and sustaining intimacy with the Ruach HaKodesh we know exists but cannot see requires disciplined commitment to guarding and designating the best of our time to his company, to be with him. This is why I say there's nothing wrong with sleeping on the Shabbat. You can sleep the whole 24-hour period if you want to, but you're missing out on getting to know Yahuah by sleeping all the time. So with gratitude and a spirit of thankfulness, we are more likely to achieve humility before Elohim. And with a spirit of humility before Elohim, we are more likely to achieve patience as we seek him, to know him in what can be a sea of demands for our time and focus. Just as we invest in important human relationships, disconnecting from distractions, offering undivided attention, and showing interest in the other person, we must also create opportunities for intimacy with Yahuah that will keep building up a relationship of intimacy and a willingness to cultivate the relationship by investing your time, devoting your time to the relationship. According to the Webster Dictionary, intimacy means familiarity, a knowledge of a person's character, their likes, their dislikes, their preferences, vision, hopes, and dreams. Children close to their parents, especially at a younger age, are significantly inclined to mimic their parents' traits and habits. In a similar way, times of intimacy with Yahuah Elohim increase our knowledge of him and his character and prompt us to live out his character, represent him as Yahusha did. 1 John 2:30. Go to 1 John 2. 1 John 2, 3 through 6. says, and by this we know that we know him, if we guard his commandments. The one who says, I know him, and does not guard his commandments is a liar, and the truth is not in him. But whoever guards his word, truly the love of Yahuah has been perfected in him. By this we know that we are in him. The one who says he lives in him ought himself also to walk, even as he walked. So this is saying that we should walk the way Yahushua walked. Not Enoch, not Abraham, not Samson, but the way Yahushua walked. We're supposed to mimic it. And Yahushua walked in obedience, kept his marriage vows intact. He never violated, he never committed treason, betrayal, adultery, or anything else. He stayed true blue, trustworthy, and loyal to his marriage vows, to the commandments, which is otherwise known as the 10 Commandments. All right, so now I want to focus now a little bit about a different type of relationship with Yahuah. We talked about him as our creator and father. We talked a lot about him as our father. But now I want to talk a lot more and focus on the intimacy with Yahuah as our friend, as our best friend, as our friend. Okay. So in the Tanakh, Abraham is the only person that Yahuah Zebaoth directly calls his friend. It's in Isaiah 41. Let's go there. So Isaiah 41, 8 says, but you, Israel, are my servant, Jacob, whom I have chosen, the descendants of Abraham, my friend. Yahuah honored Moses with a distinction as well. In Numbers 12:8, when he said, with him I speak face to face, clearly and not in riddles. He sees the form of Yahuah. But Abraham was called the friend of Yahuah. As the friend of Yahuah, Abraham showed a unique trust and faithfulness, belief in Yahuah throughout his entire life. In return, Yahuah entrusted Abraham with his unconditional covenant and freely shared with Abraham his plan to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. In Genesis 18:17, Yahuah says, shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? And this was affirmed later in the book of Amos 3:7. It says that surely the sovereign Yahuah does nothing without revealing his plan to his servants, the prophets. So without revealing his plan, in Hebrew, the word for that, so do, so do means his intimate counsels to his servants, the prophet. So his intimate counsels. So that base word then, sold, can also be applied to friends conversing, such as we find in Isaiah 6:11. Look at it. Jeremiah 6:11 says, "Therefore I am filled with the wrath of Yahuah. I have become weary of containing it. Pour it out on the children outside and on the company of young men together. For even husband and Asha shall be taken, the aged and the very old." And in 15:17, it says, "I have not sat in the company of the mockers, nor do I exult. I have sat alone because of your hand, for you have filled me with displeasure." There's also can be applied to judges or heavenly powers and prophets consulting with Elohim, as in Jeremiah 23:18, where it says, "For who has stood in the counsel of Yahuah and has seen and heard his word? Who has listened to his word and obeyed it?" And then 23:22. But I'm just going to read down through there, starting in 21 now. "In the latter days you shall understand it perfectly. I did not send these prophets, yet they ran. I have not spoken to them, yet they prophesied. But if they had stood in my counsel, then they would have let my people hear my words, and they would have turned them from their evil way and from the evil of their deeds." So his intimate counsels or friends conversing. Okay. So this shows us counsel, the same counsel or friendly conversation. It can also be seen in the Psalms. Psalms 55. It says, "We took sweet counsel together. We walked to the house of Elohim in the throng." And even secret knowledge. Secret knowledge in Psalms 25. It can apply towards secret knowledge. In Psalms 25:14, it says, "The secret of Yahuah is with those who fear him, and he makes his covenant known to them." And Proverbs 25. Proverbs 25:9. "Plead your case with your friend himself, and do not disclose the secret of another." So a Hebraic word study of the scriptures identifies that the term for secret or intimate friendship or counsel also can be translated as secret, cushion, couch, or pillow. The root word sod is which means a setting down or to found or establish, and to support oneself while learning or reclining. So the best way to understand this then is to imagine that a prophet and Yahuah are sitting down together on adjacent cushions in a nomad's tent in the desert to discuss matters in intimacy, not needing to shout, but counseling together, just as Abraham and Yahuah did, according to the Tanakh. So the secret intimacy of friendship was revealed as one of Yahuwah's intentions with his chosen people, as seen in the visit of Yahuah and two other messengers to Abraham and to Sarah. It is the sitting side by side while being still and calm and peaceful, quiet and intimate, listening to the intimate voice of Yahuah that is being heard. This is what happened when the three messengers visited Abraham and Sarah. It's known in Hebrew as Abraham's hospitality. And this is the common picture of Middle East hospitality. Matter of fact, it's a hallmark value of the Israeli nation and Jewish tradition, if you will. That invokes images of Abraham's tent marked with cushions and comfortable areas for his guests to recline. These guests included two angels who Abraham bowed down to in humble respect, not in reverence, but humble respect. He wasn't worshiping them, but he bowed down to them in humble respect as a greeting of the time, to honor them as his guests, to accept them as his guests, I should say. And so bowing down to in humble respect, inviting them to recline as they enjoyed the lavish meal that he and Sarah had prepared for them. So Abraham enthusiastically invested in this intimate time with these new acquaintances, showing that he desired an intimate relationship with them, which we are also likewise exhorted to do. Look at Hebrews 13:2. Hebrews 13:2 says, well, I'm just going 1 and 2. Let the brotherly love continue. Do not forget to receive strangers, for by so doing, some have unwittingly entertained messengers. So we are exhorted even more so to develop and practice the belief and the trust that so moved Yahuah to call Abraham his friend. So we need to put our belief in action. Action-filled belief. Practice, belief, and trust. This is what moved Yahuah Al Shaddai to call Abraham his friend. Yahuah did not withhold his plans from Abraham. He also does not withhold his plans from his friends. Even today, he will not withhold his plans for you, for your life, and for the world, if you are his friend. Yahusha said, "You are my friends if you do what I command. If you obey the commandments, you're my friend. I no longer call you servants, because the servant does not know his master's business. Instead, I have called you friends. For everything that I learned from my Father, I have made known to you." That's John 15. The Nazarene chapter. Nazarene chapter, John 15. Very powerful chapter. 14 and 15. You are my friends if you do whatever I command you. No longer do I call you servants, for a servant does not know what his master is doing. I have called you friends, for all teaching which I heard from my Father I have made known to you. You did not choose me, but I chose you. Yeah, that's very important. I'll talk about there in a minute. And appointed you that you should go and bear fruit, and that your fruit should endure, so that whatever you ask the Father in my name, he might give you. And look at James. After John there, in the BYNV, is Jude, and then James. So James 4:4 says, "Adulterers and adulteresses, do you not know that friendship with the world is hatred with Elohim? Whoever therefore intends to be a friend of the world makes himself an enemy of Elohim." So you can't be friends with Yahuah and be friends with the world at the same time. So this intimate friendship that Yahuah desires is with him and him alone, not with the world. He wants you to come out of the world, be set apart from the world, and cling to his friendship. Sit in counsel with him, relaxed in peace and joy. Look at Colossians. So Colossians 1:20, page 1153, or thereabouts. Colossians 1:20 says, well, I say 19. Let's go to 19 and 20. "Because in him all the fullness was well pleased to dwell, and through him to completely restore to favor all to himself, whether on the Eretz or in the Shemaim, having made peace through the blood of his stake." That means he made peace so we can sit down and counsel with him as friends in a peaceful, calm, kind environment with him as his friend, not his enemy. No shouting, no raised voices, no anger, but peace, joy, love, happiness, kindness, and counsel with the Almighty. We cannot love our Heavenly Father and our friend with such intimate belief as Abraham did through our own strength. Can't be done. Only with the help of the Comforter, the Helper, the Paracleta, the Ruach HaKodesh, Yahuah himself dwelling inside of us, can we experience such intimate friendship, eternal love, as would a friend, a child, and a bride of a covenant-keeping bridegroom. The Spirit of Yahusha in us, those he has redeemed out of slavery under the elemental spiritual forces, carries the confidence of sonship in the family, the house and the kingdom of Yahuah, and therefore intimate friendship with Elohim. Look at Galatians 4:3. Galatians 4:3, page 1139, says, "So we also, when we were children, were under the elementary things of the world, being enslaved." Look at Galatians 4:6 and 7. "And because you are sons, Yahuah has sent forth the Ruach of his Son into your hearts, crying, Abba, Father. So you are no longer a slave, but a son. And if a son, also an heir of Yahuah through Mashiach." So look at Romans 8. So Romans 8:16 says, 8:16, "The Ruach himself bears witness with our Ruach that we are children of Yahuah, and if children, also heirs, truly heirs of Yahuah, and co-heirs with Mashiach, if indeed we suffer with him, in order that we also be exalted together." So it is Yahuwah's intention to restore intimacy with us. So in that full legal standing as Yahuwah's sons and daughters, we who follow Yahusha can be confident that neither death nor life, either angels or demons, neither the present nor the future, nor any powers, neither height nor depth, nor anything else in all of creation, will be able to separate us from the love of Yahuah that is in Mashiach, Yahusha, our deliverer. So it's very obvious. Yahuah loves Israel, and Yahuah wants to be in an intimate relationship with Israel in all facets. Yahuah loves Israel, with whom he has a covenant, an irrevocable covenant. And Everyone who desires to be in a relationship with him can be part of that irrevocable covenant. And we can be a part of his end time plan for the complete restoration of his beloved Yeshua. Luke 10:2 says, the harvest is plentiful, but the workers are few. Ask the master of the harvest, therefore, to send out workers into his harvest field. Deuteronomy 7. Deuteronomy 7, 8 and 9 explicitly says, but because of Yahuah loving you, and because of him guarding the oath which he swore to your fathers, Yahuah has brought you out with a strong hand and redeemed you from the house of bondage and from the hand of Pharaoh, sovereign of Mitzrayim. And you shall know that Yahuah, your Elohim, and you shall know that Yahuah, your Elohim, he is Elohim, the trustworthy all, guarding covenant and kindness for 1,000 generations with those who love him and those who guard his commands. Are we having fun? I hope so. I know I am. So, why should we desire to be friends with Yahuah or his bride or his son? Well, he rewards you for that, your belief and for your trust in him. So the rewards of belief and trust in action is apparent throughout the scriptures, really. There's a word in the Hebrew language called ikif, which means because. Because you listen to these rules and keep them and do them, Yahuah, your Elohim, will keep with you the covenant and the steadfast love that he swore to your fathers. He will love you, bless you, and multiply you. Look at Deuteronomy 7:12. Deuteronomy 7:12 says, and it shall be because you hear these right rulings and shall guard and do them, that Yahuah your Elohim shall guard with you the covenant and the kindness which he swore to your fathers. He shall love you and bless you and increase you, and shall bless the fruit of your womb and the fruit of your land, your grain and your new wine and your oil, the increase of your cattle and the offspring of your flock in the land which he swore to your fathers to give you. Blessed are you above all people. There is not going to be a barren man or a barren asha among you or among your livestock. And Yahuah shall turn away from you all sickness and put on you none of the evil diseases of the Mitzrayim, which you have known, but he shall put them on all those who hate you. Wow. Look at Deuteronomy 11. Yahuah defends his bride for sure, and his friend, and his son. Okay, so Deuteronomy 11:25 says, "No man shall stand against you. Yahuah, your Elohim, shall put the dread of you and the fear of you upon all the land where you tread, as he has spoken to you." Look at Isaiah 49. Isaiah 49. Isaiah 49:14 says, "But Zion says, Yahuah has forsaken me and Yahuah has forgotten me." Look at 51:3. "For Yahuah shall comfort Zion. He shall comfort all her waste places. For he makes her wilderness like Eden, and her desert like the garden of Yahuah. Joy and gladness are found in it, thanksgiving and the voice of song." So it sounds like Yahuah knows that the bride is depressed or whatever, but he's not going to have any of that. He's going to continue blessing. Look at John 14. John 14 is a very special chapter, really. It's one that should be read often, really. So let's go ahead and read this chapter and listen very closely in relationship to the context of what we're speaking about this evening. So it says, "Let not your heart be troubled, Zion." I just added that. But let not your heart be troubled. Believe in Elohim, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. And if not, I would have told you. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I shall come again and receive you to myself, that where I am, you might be too. And where I go, you know, and the way you know. Okay, so what would happen when they were betrothed back in this time? Usually they would betroth, and it's more than being engaged. It's way beyond engaged. Basically, you're married, but you're just waiting for the ceremony, and you're waiting on your husband, who usually would leave and prepare a living place for him and his bride to live in, and then he would come back and get her when he was done building their dwelling house they were going to live. And then he would come back and get her, and they would, then they would do the final step for marriage, do the ceremony, but they were basically betrothed at that point. Okay, so that's what this is mimicking here, if you will. It's often Yahuah talks to us in the manner of a man and a woman relationship, being in love, okay, and being married and betrothed and all that. So you can see it here, clear as a bell. Yahuah speaking, and where I go, you know, and the way you know. And so then Thomas said to him, "Master, we do not know where you're going, and how are we able to know the way?" And Yahushua said to him, "I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. If you had known me, you would have known my Father too. From now on, you know him and have seen. So here, Yahusha clearly, plain as a child could understand it, is saying that he's the Father, okay, in this fleshly body, the Lamb of Yahuah. He's in it. He's using it as his dwelling place, his tent. But he never gives up his omnipotence because he walks and lives within himself, within his own perimeter of existence. Okay? So we have to be careful, because if we would say, when we say to someone, especially a Trinitarian, we say, Yahusha is Yahuah in the flesh or incarnated. They're easily going to take that as us saying, or they're going to understand it as we're saying that Yahuah died when he was staked. And Yahuah did not die. Okay? So we have to be careful on what we say, because Yahuah is a spirit. And Yahuah did not die on the stake, only his body died. He did not die, but he left his body, his fleshly body, hanging on the stake. He disrobed himself of his flesh, of his tent, and took the human spirit with him, and he left. He left the flesh just hanging there on that stake, similar to a snake shedding its skin and just leaving the skin hanging on a tree. And you see the skin hanging there, but the snake's gone, right? So kind of the same thing. The skin, the body was hanging there, but the ruach and the human ruach was gone, wasn't in it anymore. So therefore, it appeared dead. Okay. So what should we say? Well, it's best if we would say, Yahuah was in Yahusha, restoring the world to himself. That would be a much better and clearer statement, especially for people that are opposed to monotheism. And then that way they couldn't, or they shouldn't anyway, understand that as us saying that Yahuah died, which he did not. Okay, so we have to be careful how we speak sometimes, so that we're more clear. So then Philip said to him, Master, show us the Father, and it is enough for us. Yahusha said to him, have I been with you so long, and you have not known me, Philip? He who has seen me has seen the Father. And how do you say, show us the Father? So this screams oneness, monotheism, man. Right in your face, really. Short and sweet. Yahusha is very clearly, very deliberately saying that he is the Father. Now, why do people ignore that? They can read it, they can hear it in their ears, but yet they seem to ignore that and not accept that and ignore that and try to move on to some other passage somewhere, trying to argue against it, trying to find somewhere in Scripture that they can use to argue against that clear proclamation. It's actually a confession of his identity. He's saying, I'm the Father. And no, I mean, you can't mistake what he's saying here. So people go and they search out these passages to use against this passage. So they're using truth against truth to try to invent a falsehood. And you can't do that. And you're going to be punished for that. Don't do that. Accept what's written. If you don't understand other things, at least understand that. And be silent about the other things until Yahuah gives you edification and allows you. You have to be his friend. Why would he counsel with an enemy? Someone who loves the world, not him. So there's certain things that he won't show people that counsel with the world instead of him and being his friend, being friends with the world. Scripture says if you're friends with the world, you're an enemy of Yahuah. So that's an opposite. It's not even close to being the same thing. It's a total opposite. An enemy and a friend. Then it says, do you not believe that I am in the Father and the Father is in me? The words that I speak to you, I do not speak from myself, but the Father who stays in me does his works. Believe me that I am in the Father and the Father is in me. Otherwise, believe me because of the works themselves. So here he's saying, basically, I'm not even talking for myself. This human form isn't talking. It's Yahuah talking through me. And then he goes on and says, look, if you don't believe the words that I'm saying, if you think I'm a liar, you don't believe who I am, after I just told you who I am, and you don't believe that, at least believe me because of the works themselves, because of the miracles that I'm doing, because of the signs and the wonders, which in Hebrew, basically it's just meaning miracles, same thing as miracles. Believe them, because no man can do those works that the Father is doing through me. What man can walk on water? What man can turn water into wine? What man can raise someone from the dead, bring them back to life? What man can cure a disease, or someone who's paralyzed, or someone who can't see, was born blind from birth, or can't hear, or can't speak? Who can do that? Show me a man that can do that. There is none. So therefore, I must be who I say I am. I'm the Father. I mean, this chapter just totally debunks Trinitarianism, or even binitarianism, where a lot of the Jews today over in Israel have gone that direction. He's clear in here. Yahushua is very clear. Are you listening, Yisrael? Are you listening to your master? Then it goes on and says, truly, truly, I say to you, he who believes in me, the works that I do, he shall do also. And greater works than these he shall do, because I go to my Father. And whatever you ask in my name, that I shall do, in order that the Father might be esteemed in the Son. If you ask whatever in my name, I shall do it. If you love me, you shall guard my commandments. It means you'll keep the commandments. You'll stay loyal to your marriage vows and keep them. And I shall ask the Father, and he shall give you another helper to stay with you forever, the Ruach of the truth, whom the world is unable to receive, because it does not see him or know him, but you know him, for he stays with you and shall be in you. I shall not leave you orphans. I am coming to you. So here he's saying, he's the Father again by saying, I'm not going to leave you orphans. So he's going to adopt you and bring you into his fold, into his family, and you'll become his son of light. And your Father will be the Father of lights. And so basically he's just saying here, that I'm going to go back into my role of being your creator and your Father, and my Ruach is going to come and indwell you, and I'm going to help you keep the commandments and stay loyal and true, and increase your belief and bless you, give you gifts, because you're my friend. This is all paraphrasing, but this is what he's relating here. Through this English translation, sometimes it's hard to understand exactly what Yahushua was proclaiming, but the Hebrew back in that era, first century era, had no problem understanding what Yahushua was proclaiming. Matter of fact, they wanted to stone him to death because They knew exactly what that he was saying. He was the Father. It manifested as a man. And they understood that, and they wanted to stone him for saying it. Because in their eyesight, all they saw was a normal man like them, a man of flesh who bled and bruised and got cut and all these other things, felt the same emotions they did. But they failed to realize was that he had a dual nature. Okay. Within that man, within that human man who had a human spirit, was the Ruach HaKodesh. And the Lamb of Yahuah was his body that he was going to give to humanity as a son, so that they could, a son of man with perfect blood, which was the Ruach HaKodesh's blood, could be sacrificed and spill his blood for a guilt and sin offering of the world. So they understood what he was saying. And it's not that hard if you read this slowly and deliberately for us to understand it. Although I'll admit it's hard coming straight from Hebrew into English, American English, to get the words correctly, because you have to be careful. You know, you don't want to say something that's not true when you're translating. And but it's clear to me, clear as a bell, what he's saying here in this chapter. I mean, in short, he's saying he's the Father, Yahuah, and he turned his body of light into a body of flesh and gave it as a gift to humanity as a sacrifice offering for their sins and their guilt. That doesn't mean Yahuah died, but he did not. Just his body died. You know, when he ascended, after 40 days, when he ascended in his resurrected body, it still had holes in it, and it still had the piercing hole in the side and scars on the back, and all the wounds were open and visible to see and to put your fingers in, but yet they did not bleed. Why did they not bleed? The reason they did not bleed, when Thomas stuck his fingers in there and everything, and he proclaimed, you know, my master, my Elohim, you know, admitting, okay, I believe you now, you know, you're the Father. But these wounds were open and they could be seen, yet they did not close up. They were still open, visible, could be seen, could be touched. You could stick your fingers in them holes, whatever. But there was no blood. Why? Because when he was sacrificed on the stake, he released his blood. He spilled all his blood. Every last drop of the blood of the Ruach HaKodesh was spilt on the altar of the earth for the sins and the guilt of mankind. He had no blood left to spill. He gave it all. He had no more blood. He went back to being the body of light of Yahuah, and he ascended back onto the throne where he came from, where he was sent from. But he had no blood because he spilled it all. Every last drop he gave for humanity, for his chosen, beloved Israel, his chosen ones. And I shall ask the Father, and he shall give you another helper to stay with you forever, the Ruach of the truth, which is Yahusha, Spirit, or the Ruach HaKodesh, same thing. Whom the world is able to receive because it does not see him or know him, but you know him, for he stays with you and shall be in you, and I shall not leave you orphans. I'm coming to you. So the Ruach HaKodesh and the Spirit of Yahusha are the same thing, right? And it's hard to understand that because we have to confess and admit that Yahusha, in his human nature, had a human spirit because he was fully man, just like us. He had to be. He had to be the perfect human sacrifice. So he's just like us in all ways. He had a body of flesh, he had blood, he had a human spirit. And so how is it that his spirit is, Yahusha's spirit is the Ruach HaKodesh? Same thing. It's because, and this is hard to explain, but I'm going to try to. I'm getting better at it. You are revealing more to me about it and giving me more words, but the human spirit of Yahusha and the Ruach HaKodesh who was in that body, it was his body of light transformed into flesh by borrowing DNA from Mary, because he had to come from the line of David. So he borrowed that DNA. But the human spirit in the Ruach HaKodesh was intrinsically intertwined or linked eternally. Okay? Therefore, this intrinsically intertwined Ruach with the Ruach and the human spirit of the man, Yahusha, was so intertwined and linked together internally that they cannot ever be separated. So therefore, the spirit of Yahusha comes into you and lives, who is also the Ruach HaKodesh. And so they're one together. They cannot be separated. That's about the best I can tell you on that, but hopefully you understand. That's why the Ruach HaKodesh, when he left, when his body died, and he left the Lamb of Yahuah hanging on that stake, the human spirit went with him, with the Ruach, because he's intrinsically intertwined with him permanently, forever. Cannot be separated, impossible to separate them. All right? Intrinsically intertwined. That's a hard word to say. Yet a little while, and the world no longer sees me, but you shall see me, because I live, and you shall live. In that yom, you shall know that I am in my Father, and you in me, and I in you. Oneness. He who possesses my commands and guards them, it is he who loves me. And he who loves me shall be loved by my Father, and I shall love him and manifest myself to him. So it's pretty clear that you have to keep, if you obey the commandments, you keep in your marriage vows, you don't break them, you don't go out and commit adultery on him, that means you love him. It's like a husband, it's always like a husband and a wife, a human, literal human marriage. If you love your wife or your husband, and you don't go out cheating on them with somebody else, because why? Why do you keep your marriage vows? Why are you loyal to your marriage vows and remain trustworthy to your partner? There's only one reason: love, because you love them. And that's what he's saying here. He who possesses my commands and guards them, it is he who loves me. See that? So those who are in the everlasting covenant have engrafted into Israel, has become the beloved of Yahuah, and keeps the commandments, the vows, marriage vows. That's the person who loves him. Yehuda, not the one from Quiria, said to him, Master, what has come about that you are about to manifest yourself to us and not to the world? And Yahusha answered him, if anyone loves me, he shall guard my word. And my Father shall love him, and we shall come to him and make our home with him. See that? Make our home with him. Because the spirit of Yahusha, the human spirit, is intrinsically intertwined with the Ruach HaKodesh. They cannot be separated. That's why he's saying, we will come. He says, we shall come to him and make our home with him. They can't be separated. They're the same Ruach. That's how linked they are. They're the same. You can't separate them. No way, no how. No shape, no form, no way. Impossible. They're eternally linked. He who does not love me does not guard my words. And the word which you hear is not mine, but of the Father who sent me. See, if he was sent, then he was somewhere else before he came to this destination. You can't be sent from one place to another without already existing in that one place before you came to the other place. He existed. He was the firstborn of all creation. Very first thing Yahuah created was a body of light for himself. These words I have spoken to you while still with you. But the Paraclete, the Ruach HaKodesh, whom the Father shall send in my name, he shall teach you all and remind you of all that I said to you. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give to you. I do not give it to you as the world gives. Do not let your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. You heard that I said to you, I am going away, and I am coming to you. If you did love me, you would have rejoiced that I said I'm going to the Father, for the Father is greater than I. But now I have told you before it takes place, that when it does take place, you shall believe. I shall no longer talk much with you, for the ruler of this world is coming, and he possesses nothing at all in me. But in order for the world to know that I love the Father, and that is the Father commanded me, so I am doing. Rise up, let's get out of here. Okay, so first of all, we have to realize he's talking in his human nature as a man, okay? And the Ruach's allowed him to do that. Sometimes he does allow the human man to speak, and sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes they correspond back and forth. So you have to pay attention to who's speaking. Yahushua had a dual nature, either the man, the human speaking, or the Ruach HaKodesh speaking, or perhaps they're altering and speaking back and forth at the same time, or having a conversation between themselves, such as when Yahushua was baptized, and Yahushua the Son, on the role of the Son, was being baptized by the immerser, and then the Father's voice out of heaven. Now the clouds came, and the Ruach HaKodesh descended as a dove onto the Son. And so this was a fantastic display of his omnipotence, his omnipotence, and his omniscience, is what that was. I am going to the Father, for my Father is greater than I. They point to that verse right there, that half a sentence, and they totally ignore these verses over here from 14:1 all the way down to, say, 18, whatever. They ignore that. Oh, down to 21, 14:1 to 21, totally ignored. And let's just cling to this half a verse. I am going to the Father, for my Father is greater than I. That proves he's at least two. And that's where the binitarians, they love to point here to prove that there's two roles, this Father and the Son, two deities. But it's not true. There's three roles, and here Yahushua is saying that when I go back to my Father and I return back to what I was, which is his body of light, and sitting on the throne with him in me, because I'm his body. So together we're, Yahusha, or the firstborn of all creation, or the messenger of Yahuah, or the Lamb of Yahuah. Together they live, because the body has to have the spirit to live. And so all this is saying is it's because you should be happy about it, right? So I'm going to the Father, for my Father is greater than I. He's going there, becoming his body again, and the Father, who is the perimeter of existence, or the perimeter of life, and he's dwelling in him with the Ruach HaKodesh and his human spirit back in him. But now he's not a body of flesh. He's a body of light. And he's back sitting on the throne. And from there, the Ruach can come and live in you and immerse you and help you. As a human man, he could not do that. But now he can. As he returns back into the role of the Creator and the Father. He can do that now, and he does. All right? That's what he meant by that. As well as the immensity of the Ruach being the perimeter of existence, or perimeter of life as well. Okay, and now, let's see. So I shall no longer talk much with you, for the ruler of this world is coming, and possesses nothing at all in me, in order that the world to know that I love the Father, and that the Father commanded me, so I am doing. So basically, speaking as a man there, saying he's fulfilling the will of the Father, what the intent of the Father was when he sent him as the Lamb of Yahuah. Okay, so that's that chapter. Very powerful chapter. One that we should be very familiar with, because not only does it prove that Yahushua is the Father without a doubt, I mean, undisputable, really overwhelming proof from his own mouth that he's the Father, but yet it's the chapter that the Trinitarians and the Binitarians like to point to try to say, look, there's two distinct beings here. One's the Father and one's the Son, right? Which is not. So, very important chapter. So in Deuteronomy, Moses has a farewell speech to the Israelites that he does, and Moses predicts that the people in the future generations will be exiled. They're going to be thrown out of the promised land, and they're going to be scattered among all the nations. Because they're going to refuse to turn back to Yahuah and stop worshiping idols, and so they're going to get exiled, scattered throughout all the nations. But then Moses also predicted that in the last days they would once again seek Yahuah, and they would start obeying his commandments. Okay. So, because is a very powerful word. Ekev in Hebrew, because it is used in the scriptures as a conjunction to create a relationship between experiencing Yahuwah's blessings and obedience to his Torah. So in connection to this, there's a portion in the Tanakh that also contains an important prophecy that provides us with added insight to how to walk in the blessings of Yahuah through activated belief and obedience to his commandments. So these three, belief, obedience, and blessings, are seen operating in our forefather, if you will, Abraham. So Abraham, who first believed and then out of belief obeyed Yahuah and then was circumcised. Abraham exemplified the concept that obedience is more than exercising our will over our flesh. He created or injected the belief that belief required action. So out of Abraham's belief flowed obedience to Yahuah's commandments. Therefore, his belief became action through his obedience. In Genesis 15:6, we see that Abraham's belief was counted to him as righteousness because he believed in what Yahuah promised. Therefore, he remained obedient to Yahuah's commands. His belief was counted to him as righteousness because he obeyed Yahuah's commands. Isaiah beckons us to look at Abraham as the father of belief. In other words, we are to be like Abraham, putting our belief into action, animating our belief by obedience or through obedience. If we do this, then we too will experience the blessings that flow from obedience. Let's read Isaiah 51 together here. Isaiah 51. So it would be like page 466. Isaiah 51, 1 and 2. Listen to me, you who pursue righteousness, seeking Yahuah. Look to the rock you were hewn from, and to the hole of the pit you were dug from. Look to Abraham, your father, and to Sarah, who bore you. For he was alone when I called him, and I blessed him and increased him. So we need to give careful and deliberate thought to which path we take. And we must remain steadfast and trustworthy in all our ways. Look at Proverbs 4:26. Proverbs 4:26 says, consider the path of your feet, and all your ways are established. Do not turn to the right or the left. Turn your foot away from evil. there's a Hebrew word, ekvik, which means heel, or the heel of the Messiah. The word ikif comes from the verb akak, which means to take by the heel. Similarly, the Hebrew noun akip means heel, as in the heel of a foot. All of these words share the root letters ayin, kaf, and bit. Ancient Jewish sages interpreted this dual meaning to refer to the generation of the heels of the Messiah, the Mashiach. So the last generation of the exile is called Ekvata HaMashiach, or the heels of Messiah. Since that generation expected to hear the footsteps of the Messiah when he returns. So the word akif is first used in Genesis and an important prophecy, where it says the seed of the Asha will eventually crush the head of the serpent. It's Genesis 3:15. Most of us are very familiar with it. And I will put enmity between you, the serpent, and the Asha, the woman, and between your offspring and hers. And he will crush your head, and you will strike his heel, or his akef. So this is the first messianic prophecy in the scriptures after the fall. Before the fall, there's a secret prophecy in Yahuah's 7-day creation on day 4 that predicts the coming of the Messiah. So from this prophecy here, if we can understand that the enemy would attempt to strike at the heel of the Messiah, instead, however, our Messiah will crush the enemy's head and destroy the works of the devil. First John 3:8. The one who does what is sinful is the devil, because the devil has been sinning from the beginning. The reason the Son of Elohim appeared was to destroy the devil's work. So today we can see, it's all over the place, that there's been a rekindled anti-Semitism developing around the world. Many consider it factual or politically incorrect to refer to Israel as the promised land given to the Jewish people. But the word of Elohim has no such limitation. Yahuah is master over all the earth. But the land of Israel is unique among any other nation in the world. It is the land that Yahuah cares for and watches over continually. His eyes is always on Jerusalem. Look at Deuteronomy 11. Deuteronomy 11 says, "But the land which you are passing over to possess is the land of hills and valleys, which drinks water from the rain of the Shemayim, a land which Yahuah your Elohim looks after. The eyes of Yahuah your Elohim are always on it, from the beginning of the year to the latter end of the year." In Deuteronomy, while Moses is continuing his closing address, I guess, to the Israelites before they cross over the Jordan, he tells them that if they are obedient to the Torah, they will prosper in the land they are about to conquer. The people are to possess the land and not fear the nations living there, because Yahuah said he will expel them for Israel. In Deuteronomy 7, um, 16 through 22 says this: "And you shall consume all the peoples whom Yahuah your Elohim is delivering over to you. Your eye shall not pardon them, and do not serve their mighty ones, for that is a snare to you. When you say in your heart, 'These nations are greater than I am unable to drive them out,' do not be afraid of them. Remember well what Yahuah your Elohim did to Pharaoh and to all the Egyptians, the great trials which your eyes saw, and the signs and the wonders, the strong hand and the outstretched arm, by which Yahuah your Elohim brought you out. Yahuah your Elohim does so to all the peoples of whom you are afraid. And Yahuah your Elohim also sends the hornet among them until those who are left, who hide themselves from you, are destroyed. Do not be afraid of them, for Yahuah your Elohim, the great and awesome all, is in your midst. And Yahuah your Elohim shall drive out those nations before you, little by little. You are not allowed to destroy them at once, lest the beasts of the field become too numerous for you. But Yahuah your Elohim shall deliver them over to you and destroy them with a great destruction until they are consumed. And he shall give their sovereigns into your hand, and you shall destroy their name from under the Shemayim. No one is going to be able to stand against you until you have destroyed them. The carved images of their mighty ones you are to burn with fire. Do not covet the silver or gold that is on them, nor take it for yourselves, lest you be snared by it. For it is an abomination to Yahuah your Elohim. And do not bring an abomination into your house, lest you be accursed like it. Utterly loathe it and utterly hate it, for it is a curse." So that implies for all generations, even today. The Israelites are not to fear the people in the land, for Yahuah is with them to help them, to help all of Israel all over the world, just as he helped us help Israel in the ancient times in Egypt and in the land of promise, Israel. So although Hamas, and other terrorist organizations have engaged in brutal battles to take the land from the people, the soldiers of Israel, the Israeli Defense Forces, bravely risk their lives every day to restore the security of the land given to the Israeli people. So while Israel's enemies might vastly outnumber Israel, the word of Yahuah promises that he will watch over Israel day and night. The psalmist in Psalms 121:4 said it this way: He who keeps Israel neither slumbers nor sleeps. So the plan to destroy Israel is of the enemy, of the devil. And those who make themselves Yahuwah's enemies will find themselves under the feet of Yahushua HaMashiach when he returns. Look at Psalms 110. Psalms 110:1 says, Yahuwah said to my master, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies a footstool for your feet. As well as Hebrews 10. So Hebrews 10:3 says, but in those offerings is a reminder of sins year by year. 13, sorry. Hebrews 10:13. Watching from that time onward until his enemies are made a footstool for his feet. So there are many people in the world right now who are not prepared to hear the scriptural truth that Yahuwah has given the land of Israel to his chosen people. But those who know Yahuwah Elohim or having an intimate relationship with Yahuwah will have counseled with him and will have understood what his intent and his will is for Israel. They will stand firmly upon the rock, upon Yahuwah's word. Psalms 121, 1 and 2 tells us to turn to the source of the blessings. (121, 1 and 2) Psalms. I lift up my eyes to the hills. Where does my help come from? My help comes from Yahuwah, maker of the Shemaim and the Eretz. He does not allow your foot to be moved. He who watches over you does not slumber. See, he who is guarding Israel neither slumbers nor sleeps. Yahuwah is your guard. Yahuwah is your shade at your right hand. The sun does not strike you by Yom, nor the moon by Leah. Yahuwah guards you from all evil. He guards your being. Yahuwah guards you, your going out and your coming in, now and forever. So we can watch Israel today on the news, on television, and we can see this terrible struggle that they're enduring as they fight against terrorism. And war has caused many of Yahuwah's people over there to turn their hearts toward him as they search for help and victory. Their eyes searching out Yahuwah's face, which in Hebrew means his presence. If you read the Tanakh, it becomes very clear that there's a horrible cycle going on in Israel. And although the Israelites fight the war, it's Yahuwah that brings the victory. And once they turn their hearts toward him and ask him for help, and they submit to him, he brings the victory. And it's happened over and over and over and over again. And we can see it actually happen right in front of our eyes today. The people over there are turning toward Yahuah. Most of them do not recognize their deliverer, but they will. They will. Once they accept Yahusha as their deliverer, it's all she wrote, folks. It's all over but the crying and the wailing and the gnashing of the teeth then. Better believe that. In Hosea 2, Yahuah commands Hosea to marry a prostitute named Gomer. And so that Israel would know how he feels when they go whoring. It's like he married a whore and she won't change her ways. And she even spawns children that are not his. And it's an incredible story of intimacy of a good man, we'll say literally, marrying a prostitute who will not stop her doing what she does, doing her evil whoring. She committing adultery. It's a very powerful metaphor, really. But Yahuah said to Gomer, who was the whore, the prostitute. At this point, after Hosea marries her, and she's an unfaithful wife of Hosea, right? She continues in her whoring. Anyway, Yahuah says to Gomer, she doesn't know it was I who gave her the grain, the wine, and the oil. I who increased her silver and gold, which they used for all. Hosea 2:8. So we must always remember that when we prosper and receive blessings and our life seems to be totally going in the right direction to the point where we say, how much more, can I get? And how much more can go right for me? Overwhelmed, cup overflowing. But we must always remember that when we prosper like that, that is Yahuah who is blessing us. It is Yahuah who is the potential or the source of our everything, of all that we have, came from him. And we should never, ever let pride rise in our hearts and think that our own abilities are the source of all that we have or all we enjoy or of our knowledge. If we understand that what we have has been given to us by Yahuah, all that we have came from him, we are more likely to maintain an attitude of gratitude, of thankfulness, and we are more inclined to be good stewards of all that Yahuah has given us. Because really, it's his, not ours. Using our blessings in a way that pleases Elohim is the goal. Not to please others, but to please Elohim. Each and every one of us should consider Moses' warning to the people of Israel, his farewell letter in Deuteronomy as well. Deuteronomy 8, Deuteronomy 8, 17. Oh, wow. I must say, let's go from 11 to 18. Deuteronomy 8. Y'all having fun yet? I know I am. Give me more. More. Feed me more, Yahuah. Feed me more. I'll eat that truth up, man, until I explode. Give me more. Deuteronomy 8, 11 to 18, maybe 20. I'm going to go to 20, all the way to the end of the chapter. Starting at 11. Be on guard, lest you forget Yahuah, your Elohim, by not guarding his commands and his right rulings and his laws, which I command you today. Lest you eat and shall be satisfied, and build lovely houses and shall dwell in them, and your herds and your flocks increase, and your silver and your gold are increased, and all that you have is increased, that your heart then becomes lifted up, prideful, and you forget Yahuah, your Elohim, who brought you out of the land of Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage, who led you through that great and awesome wilderness, fiery serpents and scorpions and thirst, where there was no water, who brought water for you out of the flinty rock, who fed you in the wilderness with manna, which your fathers did know, in order to humble you and to try you, to do you good in the end. You then shall say in your heart, my power and the strength of my hand have made for me this wealth. But you shall remember Yahuah your Elohim, for it is he who gives you power to get wealth, in order to establish his covenant, which he swore to your fathers, as it is today. So he blesses us in order to establish his covenant with Abraham. And it shall be, if you by any means forget Yahuah your Elohim, and follow after other mighty ones, and serve them, and bow yourself to them, I have warned you this Yom, that you shall certainly perish. Like the nations which Yahuah is destroying before you, so you are to perish, because you did not obey the voice of Yahuah your Elohim. So we would be good to consider Moses' warning here to Israel, since we are part of Israel now, at least those who have been grafted anyway. So there's no doubt, man, it's Yahuah who gives us the power to get wealth in order to confirm or keep his covenant that he swore to Abraham. And though it is obedience that releases the blessings of Yahuah, he is not so much after our obedience as he is our hearts. He wants us to love him, appreciate him, have gratitude for him, to know him. Therefore, we can safely say that true obedience begins with love for Yahuah and belief in his promises and his character. Therefore, even more than the physical circumcision of the covenant with Abraham, which is, of course, still important. Paul said it was still important. It does not deliver us, but it's still obedience. Yahuah desires that each one of us be circumcised today in our hearts. In our hearts. We can not only change outwardly, putting on a show of religion, character, or purity, by wearing three-piece suits, getting a haircut, cutting off your beard, wearing shiny shoes, go get your nails done, brush your teeth, look righteous from the outside. We can not only change outwardly, putting on the show of piousness, religion, character, or purity, we must change inwardly, becoming soft, pliable clay in the potter's hand, circumcising our hearts. Deuteronomy 10:16 says, "And you shall circumcise the foreskin of your heart and harden your neck no more." That's right. I read that from the Tanakh. Yahuah promises Israel that the rewards of love and obedience are great. He will drive the nations out of the promised land and give the Israelites success against those who are more powerful than they are. If we love Yahuah, our Elohim, and cling to him and him alone, and keep his commandments, then he will faithfully care for us and protect us. What a wonderful assurance we have of his love. Incredible. Look at Deuteronomy 11:22. (22 to 26). We're just seeing part of the Shema written up there, 11:17 through 18. It's kind of cool. Actually, through 19. I'm going to read that to you real quick. I just noticed it. So look at Deuteronomy 11:16. Guard yourselves, lest your heart be deceived, and you turn aside and serve other mighty ones and bow down to them. Then the displeasure of Yahuah shall burn against you, and he shall shut up the Shemayim, and there shall be no rain, and the land not give its increase, and you shall perish quickly from the good land which Yahuah is giving you. And you shall lay up these words of mine in your heart and in your being, and shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be frontlets between your eyes. And you shall teach them to your children, speaking of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. And shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates, so that your days and the days of your children are increased on the soil of which Yahuah swore to your fathers to give them, as the Yamam of the Shemayim on the Eretz. I just saw that, glanced up there and saw that Shema written right there. That's pretty cool. Anyway, let's go Deuteronomy 11:22 through 25. For if you diligently guard all these commands which I command you, to do it, to love Yahuah your Elohim, to walk in all his ways, and to cling to him, then Yahuah shall drive out all these nations before you, and you shall dispose greater and stronger nations than you. Every place on which the soil of your foot treads is yours, from the wilderness and Lebanon, from the river Euphrates, even to the western sea is your border. No man shall stand against you. Yahuah your Elohim shall put the dread of you and the fear of you upon all the land where you tread, as he has spoken to you, See, I am setting before you today a blessing and a curse. And it goes on. Very powerful, isn't it? So you can make a difference in your life, in your loved one's life, and in your friend's life by becoming a friend of Yahuah. They cling to Yahuah. Everybody around you, close to you, you make a big difference in their lives as well through prayer and by being a good steward of the things that Yahuah has blessed you with, as bestowed on you to help bring the esteem to Him, and also to bring the Besorah of Yahusha to the world. So Malachi 3:10. Malachi 3:10, page 912, says, "Bring all the tithes into the storehouse, and let there be food in my house. And please examine me in this," said Yahuah Sabaoth, "whether I do not open for you the windows of the Shemayim, and shall pour out for you boundless blessing. And I shall rebuke the devourer for you, so that it does not destroy the fruit of your ground, nor does the vine fail to bear fruit for you in the field," said Yahuah Sabaoth. "And all nations shall call you blessed, for you shall be a land of delight," said Yahuah Sabaoth. Wow. Y'all having fun yet? I know I am. All right, so let's focus on some of these relationships that Yahuah wants to have with us. Let's focus on a few more of those. So the verses that speak, maybe the main verse, primary verses perhaps, that speaks about the relationship He wants with us, or Israel, His chosen as their creator, is very important, because He's going to go back to that. In the end, He's going to go back to having a relationship with His chosen as their creator and their also Father. The scriptures of truth shows that Yahuah desires a close and personal relationship with His people. There's primary verses about how the Creator wants to know His creation, His people, and how the Creator wants to redeem them. And the Creator deeply values His creation and His chosen as treasured possessions. So some of the main verses or primary verses about this Creator created relationships are in Ecclesiastes 12:1. We're told to remember who the Creator is. So Ecclesiastes 12:1 urges remembering Yahuah early in life,
before we get old. And then Isaiah 43:1 emphasizes that Yahuah is the one who forms, the one who redeems, the one who calls his people by name. So we're formed and valued as his creation, as his creatures, if you will. Isaiah 64:8 describes Elohim as the potter, shaping the human clay. In Psalms 139:13 and 14, highlights being fearfully and wonderfully made by Elohim. And James 4:8 promises that getting to know Yahuah leads to a close relationship with him. And John 17:3 defines eternal life as knowing the only one true living Elohim and Yahushua HaMashiach. The Scriptures of Truth presents Yahuah as a loving, personal, and protective Father as well, who adopts his chosen people, the believers, into his family, his mishpachah, through Yahushua HaMashiach, offering unconditional love, daily guidance, and an intimate relationship rather than just distant rule. Now, the offering of unconditional love is after you have engrafted and become his son, one of the sons of light, not before. The covenant is with Israel, not with the world, but a selective group or an elected group of people before the foundations of the world, may I add. So the key scriptural concept of Yahuah as our Father is found mainly in the Nazarene writings, but at least 15 times found in the Tanakh. So we are adopted sons, and we are identified as the sons of light. And therefore, our Father is the Father of lights. So be sons of light. His chosen people, his beloved Israel, become Yahuwah's children of light through their belief in Yahushua HaMashiach and their obedience. This, by believing and putting your belief into action through obedience in Mashiach, we receive the right to be called the children of Elohim, or the children of light. Look at John 1. John 1:12 says, "But as many as received him, to them he gave the authority to become children of Elohim, to those believing in his name, who were born not of blood, nor of the desire of flesh, nor of the desire of man, but of Elohim." In 1 John 3. 1 John 3:1 says, "See what love the Father has given us, that we should be called children of Yahuah. For this reason, the world does not know us, because it did not know him." So we're adopted sons, adopted children of Elohim. And we're identified with him, with his name. His name identifies us. We're Yahudim, which means worshipers of Yah. So our identity is through him, through his name. We become the children of Elohim. But then he goes farther, and we get intimate access to Abba, or daddy, daddy, same thing. A more of an intimate access. I know a woman that calls him daddy all the time. So through the Ruach HaKodesh, his chosen people cry out, Abba, Abba, daddy, or dad, father, using an intimate, close term that's similar to daddy, to access him. You can't do that unless you're having an intimate relationship with him, like father and a child have. Not everyone can call you daddy or dad, right? Just your children. Look at Romans. Romans 8:15. Romans 8:15 says, "For you did not receive the Ruach of bondage again to fear, but you received the Ruach of adoption, by whom we cry out, Abba, Father." The Ruach himself bears witness with our Ruach, our human spirit, that we are children of Yahuah. And if children, also heirs, truly heirs of Yahuah, and co-heirs with Mashiach, if indeed we suffer with him, in order that we also be exalted together. So intimate access. If he's our father, we're his child. And now we have intimate access. We can address him as daddy. It's mind-blowing, isn't it? And being a child, his child, he provides unconditional love and provision. Once you've reached that point, Yahuah cares for his children more deeply than human parents care for their children. You can't even compare the love of Yahuah for his children to human love. It's impossible. Yahuah provides not only physical provision, but also emotional provision. Look at Matthew 6. You think about that. Yahuah's love for his children surpasses human parental love for their children. You can't even compare them. His love is way. For one thing, his love never stops growing. It grows deeper every day. Look at Matthew 6:26. Look at the birds of the heaven, for they neither sow nor reap nor gather into storehouses, yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not worth more than they? Look at Luke 12. Luke 12:32. But seek the reign of Yahuah, and all these shall be added to you. Do not fear, little flock, because your Father did delight to give you the reign. But make no mistake, those who Yahuah loves, Yahuah corrects. Yahuah corrects his children just like a human father corrects his children. But he corrects us out of love, not hate. Yahuah corrects his children out of love to help them grow spiritually, to mature spiritually. This can be seen similar to a devoted father who disciplines his children out of love to help them grow and become a better person. First John 3:1 says, see what great love the Father has lavished on you, that we should be called children of Elohim. And that is what we are. We're children of Elohim. Romans 8:15. The Ruach you received brought about your adoption to sonship. And by him we cry out, Abba, our Father. In Matthew 6:9, our Father in heaven, set apart is your name. Psalms 103:13. As a father has compassion on his children, so Yahuah has compassion on those who fear him. In 2 Corinthians 6:18, I will be a father to you, and you will be my sons and daughters, says Yahuah El Shaddai. Are we having fun yet? I know I am. Let's talk about the husband or bridegroom relationship with Yahuah a little more. So the scripture uses the metaphor of a bridegroom. And the husband as well, in order to show how deeply Yahuah's love is for his chosen people. Yahuah's deep, loyal, trustworthy, and covenant love for his chosen people is unmatched. The bride of Yahuah is Yisrael, not the church. It's Yisrael. We can even see this intent of Yahuah spoken of in the Tanakh. Your maker is your husband. Yahuah Sabaoth is his name. Your husband's name is Yahuah Sabaoth. Hosea was commanded to marry a prostitute, a whore, to physically act out how Yahuah loves Israel despite their spiritual unfaithfulness or their idolatry. Yahuah sees people that commit idolatry with other mighty ones as committing adultery, because he sees us as his bride, as having an intimate relationship with him as a bridegroom and husband to his bride. So anything that you do that reflects idolatry is also being considered as adultery, unfaithfulness, being untrustworthy, breaking the covenant to Yahuah. The covenant at Mount Sinai, where everybody believes was the giving of the law, was really the divine betrothal, where Yahuah bound himself intimately, closely to Israel. There is continuity between the bridegroom and the husband in the Tanakh. There's continuity that flows very, very subtly through the Nazarene writings as well. Because in the Nazarene writings, Yahusha has become the bridegroom. So in the Nazarene writings, we can read that Yahusha claims the title of bridegroom. So Yahusha accepts the role of the bridegroom and notes that his followers do not fast while he is with them, because the wedding guests are with the bridegroom. But when he leaves, then they'll mourn. It's Matthew 9:15. Look at Matthew 9:15. It says, and Yahusha said to them, are the friends of the bridegroom able to mourn as long as the bridegroom is with them? But the Yamim shall come when the bridegroom is taken away from them, and then they shall fast. Yahuchanan the Immerser, or John the Baptist, called himself the friend of the bridegroom. By doing this, he was pointing away from himself, removing the esteem from himself and giving all the esteem to Yahusha. He was pointing toward Yahusha, the bridegroom, as the true husband of the Israeli people. Look at John 3. John 3. John 3:29 says, he that has the bride is the bridegroom. But the friend of the bridegroom who stands and hears him rejoices greatly because of the voice of the bridegroom. So this joy of mine is complete. It is right for him to increase, but me to decrease. He who comes from above is over all. He who is from the Eretz is of the Eretz and speaks of the Eretz. He who comes from the heaven is over all. And what he has seen and heard that he witnesses, and no one receives his witness. He who receives his witness has set his seal that Elohim is true. For he whom Elohim has sent speaks the words of Elohim, for Elohim does not give the Ruach by measure. The Father loves the Son and has given all into his hand. He who believes in the Son possesses everlasting life, and he who does not obey the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of Elohim remains on him. So John, or Yahuah the Immerser, witnessed that he was a friend of the bridegroom. Paul, or Shaul of Tarsus, compares human marriage to the Mashiach and the assembly. The Mashiach being the husband and the assembly being the bride. Paul called human marriage a picture of that ultimate marriage. Type or foreshadow human marriage as a picture of the reality being the ultimate marriage between Yahushua and the assembly. And they also called it a profound mystery that a lot of people would not understand it. It's in Ephesians. So look at Ephesians 5. It starts about 25, goes to the end there. It says, husbands, love your wives, as Mashiach also did love the assembly and gave himself for it, in order to set it apart and cleanse it with the washing of water by the word, in order to present it to himself a splendid assembly, not having spot or wrinkle or any of this sort, but that it might be set apart and blameless. In this way, husbands ought to love their own wives as their own bodies. He who loves his Asha loves himself. For no one ever hated his own flesh, but feeds and cherishes it, as also the master does the assembly, because we are members of his body, of his flesh, and of his bones. For this cause a man shall leave his father and mother and be joined to his Asha, and the two shall become one flesh. This secret is great, but I speak concerning Mashiach and the assembly. However, you too, everyone, let each one love his own Asha as himself, and let the Asha see that she respects her husband. Now, this is very powerful stuff, man. So the literal human marriage, worldly marriage, is a type of foreshadow of the body or the assembly of Yahushua, of the bridegroom and the bride. Yahushua, bridegroom, and the assembly, the bride. He's coming back for his bride. He is away preparing the dwelling place, the house, building the house for his bride, and then he's coming back to redeem her and take her to where he is, which is going to be the new city, Jerusalem, coming down from Yahuah. But don't forget, at first they're going to live in what? The rebuilt temple, the millennium temple, which is described in Ezekiel 40 through 48. So the final union then is going to be between Yahushua and the assembly. So the scripture ends with the ultimate marriage, the ultimate fulfillment of this relationship of Yahuah and his chosen people. And then there will be a marriage supper of the Lamb. And this is where Yahuah's chosen people, the assembly, the bride, is joined to Yahushua in absolute oneness and set apartness and joy. forever and ever. Look at Revelations 19. Revelations 19, 7 and 9 through 9 says, "Let us be glad and rejoice and give him praise, for the marriage of the Lamb has come, and his Asha prepared herself. And to her it was given to be dressed in fine linen, clean and bright. For the fine linen is the righteousness of the Kadeshah. And he said to me, Right, blessed are those who have been called to the marriage supper of the Lamb. And he said to me, These are the true words of Yahuah." Are we having fun yet? I know I am. Like a lot of people's going to bed. I'm going to stay up just a little bit longer with you. Let's talk a little bit about Yahuwah's intent or his relationship with humans as a friend. Personal friendship between Yahuwah and his chosen people. So the scriptures of truth is clear. Yahuwah desires a close, intimate, personal relationship with his people. He moves us from a position of distance to a place of intimate trust and love and friendship and wide open communication through Yahushua HaMashiach. The primary verses on friendship with Yahuwah is John 15:15, where Yahushua says, "I no longer call you servants, instead I have called you friends. For everything that I learned from my Father I have made known to you." In James 2:23, where it says, "Abraham believed Yahuwah, and it was credited to him as righteousness, and he was called Yahuwah's friend." Exodus 33:11 says, Yahuwah would speak to Moses face to face as one speaks to a friend. And James 4:8 says, "Come near to Elohim, and he will come near to you. He will counsel with you." So, what does friendship with Yahuwah look like? So, true friendship with Yahuwah looks similar to human friendships. But particularly, friendship with Yahuwah looks just a little bit better. So there's open communication when we have friendship with Yahuwah. And Yahuwah's friends share secrets with him. He reveals the secrets of the Torah to them as he counsels them and teaches them. And he talks honestly with them, and we talk honestly back to him. Yahuwah shares his heart and his truth with his friends, and we reciprocate that love by sharing our hearts and truth, how we feel with him as well. So just like Abraham, we show friendship by trusting in Yahuwah's promises and by following his Torah, his guidance, his instructions faithfully. So therefore, there's a shift from duty as a servant to love as a friend, as you love a friend. So from shifting from a duty of a servant to the love of a friend, then an intimate relationship is built. And it's built with love, trust, and obedience. Obeying Yahuah is no longer just a strict law or rule or some heavy task. It becomes easy. It becomes our desire because we love him. It comes from a place of deep love and friendship, connection to him as a friend. That we love him, deep love for him, and a deep connection to him, that our duty as a servant or our obedience to the Torah is simple, it's light, it's joyful, it's not hard anymore because we obey out of love. When you obey out of love, it's almost impossible to be disobedient and hateful, disrespectful and unfaithful. Why would you do that when you love somebody? You wouldn't. So it's a definitely shift from servant duty to friendship love, okay? And then friendship with you also reveals a restored access. So access is restored through Yahusha. So Yahusha fixed the gap caused by human sin and human mistakes and human disobedience. So he made peace, making a lifelong friendship with Elohim that is restored and open to all his chosen believers. So by returning peace, we can be his friend, and we're at peace with him. And let's talk a little bit about one thing we haven't mentioned this evening was having a relationship with Yahuah as a deliverer, someone who saves us, someone who helps us, saves us, delivers us from certain death, the second death. So this is a very important relationship, isn't it? So in the scriptures of truth, Yahuah's relationship as a deliverer means he actively rescues us. He helps us, he rescues us, he saves us, he delivers us from literal physical danger in this life, from oppression, and even spiritual bondage, but also from certain death, the second death, which is the lake of fire. So this role of deliverer is rooted in his covenant love. having a relationship with the deliverer shows that he hears our cries for help and steps in with power to free those who cannot save themselves. He rescues us. In the Tanakh, it shows a literal deliverance, relationship through deliverance, is when they were slaves in Egypt. So literally, Yahuah heard the groaning of the Israelites in Egypt, and then he used Moses to bring them out with a strong hand, right? Outstretched arm. And then when Israel fell into darkness and distress through the years of the judges that we just studied about, and cried out, the people cried out, Yahuah raised up some local military leaders, if you will, and like Deborah was one of them, to save the Israelites from invading enemies. And so he delivered them from the oppression of their enemies that surrounded them. And then there's the personal rescue of deliverance. And King Daud, or little shepherd boy David, called Yahuah his rock, his fortress, and deliverer. Especially when he was fleeing from King Saul and other foreign enemies. We can read about that in Psalms 18. Look at Psalms 18. So Psalms 18, one and 2 says, I love you, Yahuah, my strength. Yahuah is my rock and my stronghold and my deliverer. My all is my rock. I take refuge in him, my shield and the horn of my deliverance, my high tower. I call upon Yahuah, the one to be praised, and I am delivered from my enemies. So deliverance through personal rescue as well, literally. Of course, in the Nazarene writings, is mostly, there's some prophecy in there, yeah, of course, but there's a lot of fulfillment of prophecy as well. And so we have a beautiful continuity flow from the Tanakh into the Nazarene writings. There's no gap there. You just continuity, no breaks, perfect continuity. And of course, as we enter into the Nazarene writings, Yahusha stands out as the ultimate deliverer in our relationship with Yahuah. And so Yahusha, as the ultimate deliverer, fulfills a lot of the Tanakh pattern by delivering people from a deeper captivity, even deeper than slavery, and rescues them from sin and death, from the second death. Look at Matthew 1. Matthew 1:21 says, and she shall give birth to a son, and you shall call his name Yahusha, for he shall save his people from their sins. So Yahusha fulfills the Old Testament, if you will, the Tanakh pattern, by delivering his people from a deeper captivity. than he ever did before, from the second death, from sin and death, eternal death. And there's also a spiritual rescue here. So the chosen people of Yahuah, believers, are rescued from the power of Satan, from the power of darkness, and brought into safety through belief in the blood of Yahushua HaMashiach. Look at Romans, or Colossians, I mean. Colossians 1:13 says, "Who is the likeness of the invisible Yahuah, the firstborn of all creation?" Paul writes that the deliverer will come from Zion to complete the ultimate redemption of Yahuwah's people. In Romans 11:26. Let's look at that. So Romans 11:26 says, "And so all Israel shall be delivered, as it has been written. The deliverer shall come out of Zion, and he shall turn away wickedness from Israel," or Yaakov. "And this is my covenant with them when I take away their sins." So there's the relationship between Yahuah and his people as a deliverer as well. So Scriptures has a beautiful phrase in it, in the Nazarene writings. And the phrase is sons of light, or children of light, which just totally sucks me in, man. I mean, I just, it blows me away, really. Blows my mind, that phrase, sons of light, or children of light. It appears in the Nazarene writings, and it describes believers who follow Yahushua HaMashiach, who live in truth and goodness and belong to Yahuwah rather than to worldly darkness. And so you've come out of the darkness into his marvelous light. The concept of sons of light coming out of the darkness and becoming sons of light is extremely powerful stuff. Some of the primary scriptural verses on that is in John 12:36, where Yahushua tells the crowd to believe in the light while they have the light, so they can become sons of light. And then 1 Thessalonians 5:5, Paul writes that believers are all sons of the light and sons of the day, meaning they do not belong to the dark whatsoever. They have nothing to do with darkness. So we can see this relationship here now building as father to child, relationship that Yahuwah desires, because Yahuwah is the father of lights. And so then those who he calls and have been grafted into his beloved Israel, he sees them as his children of light, or the sons of light. Totally amazing, man. So his chosen people who were once in darkness were called out of the darkness. And they are light. They're light in Mashiach and must walk as children of light. Look at the way Paul says it in Ephesians 5. Ephesians 5:8. I'm going to go to 6. Read down from 6. Let no one deceive you with empty words, for because of these the wrath of Yahuah comes upon the sons of disobedience. See, so there's sons of disobedience or sons of darkness, of the dark. Therefore, do not become partakers with them, for you were once darkness, but now you are light in the Master. Walk as children of light. For the fruit of the Ruach is in all goodness and righteousness and truth, proving what is well-pleasing to the Master. And have no fellowship with the fruitless works of darkness, but rather expose them. For it is a shame even to speak of what is done by them in secret. Wow. And then Yahusha contrasts the sons of this world, the sons of disobedience, with the sons of light in a parable about shrewdness. It's in Luke 16:8. Look at Luke 16:8. And the master praised the unrighteous manager because he had acted shrewdly, because the sons of this age are more shrewd in their generation than the sons of light. So the term sons of light, or the phrase sons of light or children of light, gives us a spiritual identity, which relates to a relationship, a spiritual relationship with Yahuah as we walk in spirit and truth. So a spiritual identity for us that others can identify us with, being sons of light. Okay, so it shows a big change in who you are through belief in the power of the blood of the Lamb of Yahuah, or Yahushua HaMashiach's blood. And people who are in the light do what is good. They do what is right. And they are truth seekers. They want the truth and nothing but the truth. And then they learn to become truth speakers and deny falsehood and the father of lies any esteem by speaking truth. Because when we speak truth, we esteem Yahuah. When we speak a lie or a falsehood, we esteem the devil. It also puts us on high alert. Become the children of light. You are commanded to be ready. Readiness, being prepared, being ready for what's coming. So it also means staying awake and sober and alert and watching for the return of Yahushua HaMashiach. Instead of living a hidden or careless life, secretly committing sin, wantonly desiring things of this world, we are to be ready. We are to practice readiness. We don't have time to live a secret double life, hidden or careless, sinful life. So there we have more about Yahuwah's relationship he wants as a father and a child relationship. The Father of lights desires to have children of light. Psalms 23. Let's go there. Psalms 23. Are we having fun yet? I know I am. Feed me. Feed me more truth, Yahuah. Send me edification of your words, Father. Feed me truth. Psalms 23. So Psalms 23 is widely considered the most intimate Psalms by a lot of people. Because it portrays Yahuwah as a close, tender shepherd who guides and protects and comforts his people. There are some other deeply intimate Psalms, and we'll go over them as well. But I think Psalms 23 is probably the most intimate Psalms, really. As we read through it, hopefully you will agree. And so Psalms 23, Yahuwah is my shepherd. Nothing do I need. He makes me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still Mam. He returns my breath. He leads me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. When I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You spread before me a table in the face of my enemies. You have anointed my head with oil. My cup overflows. Only goodness and loving kindness follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of Yahuwah for the duration of Yom, forever. Very powerful, intimate Psalms, man. I don't know if you've ever considered Psalms 23 in an intimate way, but it is extremely intimate. As a relationship between the shepherd and his people, how he comforts his people, a person. Very powerful, man. So some other Psalms that deeply express intimate relationship with Yahuwah and his chosen people is Psalms 27. Well, Psalms 27 says, Yahuwah is my light and my deliverance. Whom should I fear? Yahuwah is the refuge of my life. Whom should I dread? When evildoers come against me to eat up my flesh, my adversaries and my enemies, they shall stumble and fall. Though an army encamps against me, my heart does not fear. Though battle comes up against me, even when I would be trusting. One matter I ask of Yahuwah, this I seek, to dwell in the house of Yahuwah all the yamam of my life, to see the pleasantness of Yahuwah and to inquire in his temple. For in the day of evil he hides me in his booth. In the covering of his tent he hides me. On a rock he raises me up. And now my head is lifted up above my enemies all around me. And I offer in his tent with shouts of joy. I sing, yes, I sing praises to Yahuwah. Hear, Yahuwah, when I cry with my voice, and show me favor and answer me. To my heart you have said, seek my face. Your face, Yahuah, I seek. Do not hide your face from me. Do not turn your servant away in displeasure. You have been my help. Do not leave me nor forsake me, Elohim of my deliverance. When my father and my mother have forsaken me, then Yahuah does take me in. Teach me your way, Yahuah, and lead me in a smooth path because of my enemies. Do not give me over to the desire of my adversaries, for false witnesses have risen against me, and they breathe out cruelty to me. What if I had not believed to see the goodness of Yahuah in the land of the living? Wait on Yahuah, be strong, and let him strengthen your heart. Wait, I say, on Yahuah. Very, very intimate relationship here. And then Psalm 63. Kind of goes along with what we're studying in Samuel. So Psalm 63 says, O Elohim, you are my all. I earnestly seek you. My being has thirsted for you. My flesh has longed for you in a dry and thirsty land without water. Therefore, I have had a vision of you in the set apart place, to see your power and your esteem, because your kindness is better than life. My lips do praise you. Therefore, I bless you while I live. In your name, I lift up my hands. My being is satisfied as with marrow and fat, and my mouth praises you with singing lips. When I remember you on my bed, I meditate on you in the Leah watches. For you have been my help, and in the shadow of your wings I sing. My being has closely followed you. Your right hand did uphold me. But those who seek to destroy my life go into the lower parts of the arets. They are handed over to the power of the sword. They become a portion for jackals. But let the sovereign rejoice in Elohim. Let everyone who swears by him exalt. For the mouth of those speaking lies is stopped. And one more, Psalms 139. Psalms 139. Very intimate here. Psalms 139. It speaks of total knowing, the Psalms. Yahuah searches you and knows you completely. He knit you in your mother's womb. His thoughts of you are vast. This is extremely, deeply intimate Psalms here. So 139 says, O Yahuah, you have searched me and know me. You know my sitting down and my rising up. You understand my thought from afar. You sift my path and my lying down, and know well all my ways. For there is not a word on my tongue, but see, O Yahuah, you know it all. You have closed me in behind and before, and laid your hand upon me. Knowledge too wondrous for me. It is high. I am unable to reach it. Where would I go from your ruach? Or where would I flee from your face? If I go up into the Shemayim, you are there. If I make my bed in the grave, see, you are there. I take the wings of the morning. I dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea. There too your hand would lead me, and your right hand hold me. If I say darkness shall cover me, then Leah would be light to me. Even darkness is not dark for you, but Leah shines as the yam. As is darkness, so is light. For you possessed my inwards. You have covered me in my mother's womb. I give thanks to you, for I am awesomely and wondrously made. Wondrous are your works, and my being knows it well. My bones was not concealed from you, when I was shaped in a hidden place, knit together in the depths of the earths. Your eye saw my unformed body, and in your book all of them were written. The Yamam they were formed, while none was among them. And how precious are your thoughts to me, all? How great has been the sum of them. If I should count them, they would be more than the sand. When I wake up, I am still with you. Oh, that you would slay the wrong. Allah, depart from me, therefore, men of bloodshed. They speak against you wickedly. Bring your enemies to oblivion. Yahuah, do I not hate them who hate you? And do I not loathe those who rise up against you? With a complete hatred I hate them. They have become my enemies. Search me, all, and know my heart. Try me and know my thoughts, and see if an idolatrous way is in me, and lead me in the way everlasting. Wow. There you go. So we think about these 4 Psalms we just read here, and try to understand why these Psalms feel intimate between Yahuah and his people. Notice the words that are used in these 4 Psalms. Words like with me, beside, and my shelter, indicating a close presence between a person and Yahuah. And these Psalms also show raw emotion here. They show real feelings of fear, need, joy, trust, and deep love. And look at how they speak personally to you. It almost makes you feel like you're the one that wrote it. And so it becomes like a personal language, if you will, between you and Yahuah. Because they use these words such as my shepherd, my rock, and my Elohim. Instead of distant terms, it draws you in and makes it feel personal, as though you're the one that is saying these words. And so altogether here, we can see why these Psalms, these deeply intimate Psalms, make us feel intimate, like we're in an intimate relationship with Yahuah. Very powerful stuff here. One of the best books, probably overall, for understanding that Yahuah, his intent is to have a personal, intimate relationship between himself and a person who he chooses. That's why Scripture says, I chose you. You didn't choose me, but I chose you to have an intimate relationship with. I want you. Okay, and so the Song of Songs, page around 763 here. It's just a totally amazing book, man. It's not real long either. There's only 8 chapters to it. It has very intimate, it shows a very intimate picture of a relationship between Yahuah and his chosen people. Okay. It symbolizes a deep, personal, intimate, mutual relationship of love and physical nearness that would be between a bridegroom and his bride. Okay? And that's how closely this book emphasizes Yahuwah's love and his intent for his people. So maybe this is the primary book of intimacy between Yahuwah and his people. It displays a total acceptance of all the relationships of Yahuwah combined. And his true intent is to marry his bride, have an intimate relationship with his bride, okay, forsaking all others. So it actually brings all of those roles together: the creator, the father, friends, deliverer, sons of light, all this into one ultimate goal, if you will, or acceptance, and that is Yahuwah being the husband and the bride, the assembly being the bride. Okay, and so together, then they come together and linked as one and oneness through Yahusha. So Yahuwah in Yahusha, and Yahusha in us, and us in Yahusha, being one, right? So there's total acceptance here between the husband and the bride. And so there's a total acceptance or fulfillment here in the Song of Songs, which makes it the key theme or the primary book of intimacy within the scriptures of truth. Especially chapter 4, man. Chapter 4 is very, very heavy duty. So chapter 4, verse 12 there describes the bride as being a locked garden and a sealed fountain, showing a pure, exclusive love meant only for one. And it mentions the flowing spices as well. So the wind blows through the garden, so the sweet smells come out. This shows a living, active belief that shares goodness with others. Some, we are the smell of life, and to others, we're the smell of death. But the flowing spices is blown by the wind through the garden. And so the sweet smells come out and into the noses of everyone. Some, we smell like death. Others, we smell like life. Hebrew tradition, the ancients saw this book, Song of Songs, as a love story between Yahuah and the nation of Israel, and during their journey in the wilderness. And more recently, people are understanding this book as intimacy between Messiah and the assembly. Or even deeper, they see it as, or understand it as intimacy on a deep, peaceful level between Yahuah and a single believer. The literal meaning here is pretty obvious, because it is a real song. It really is a song that the Hebrews traditionally would sing. So it's a real song about human marriage, really, showing that human love or human marriage is a reflection of Yahuah's own heart. And so through this intimate song here, we can see a reflection of Yahuah's love for mankind through the literal, real song about human marriage. But Paul expressed it very beautifully when he said that it is really, the human marriage is really a type or foreshadow of the marriage between Yahuah and the assembly. All right. So I'm going to finish up here. I hope you all are liking this. Having fun yet? I'm going to finish up here by reading the Song of Songs, chapter 4. And, pay close attention to it, read along, because it's really the ultimate fulfillment of all Yahuah's intent, all his intent of through relationships, all the different types of relationships that he wants with mankind, or his chosen people, I should say. And this all is a fulfillment of it. Okay, so it's the ultimate, intimate relationship. This is what he really wants and desires. This is his intent. This is what kind of relationship he wants with you. Okay, so it's very important. All right. So let's read it together. Song of Songs, chapter 4, for the ultimate realization of the relationship that Yahuah desires to have with his chosen people. It says, "See, you are fair, my love. See, you are fair. Your eyes are as doves behind your veil. Your hair is like a flock of goats going down from Mount Gilead. Your teeth are like a flock of shorn, which have come up from the washing. All of them bear twins, and not one loses her young. Your lips are like a cord of scarlet, and your speech is lovely. Your cheeks behind your veil are like a piece of pomegranate. Your neck is like the Tower of Daoud, built for an armory, on which hang 1,000 shields, all the armor of mighty men. Your two breasts are like two fawns, twins of a gazelle, pasturing among the lilies. Until the yam breaks and the shadows have fled, I shall go my way to the mountain of myrrh, and to the hill of frankincense. You are all fair, my love, and not a blemish is on you. Come with me from Lebanon, my bride, with me from Lebanon. Look from the top of Amana, from the top of Shenur and Hermon, from the dens of lions, from the mountains of the leopards. You have put heart into me, my sister, my bride. You have put heart into me with one glance of your eyes, with one bead of your necklace. How sweet have been your loves, my sister, my bride. How much better than wine are your loves, and the fragrance of your perfumes than all spices. Your lips, O my bride, drip as the honeycomb. Honey and milk are under your tongue, and the fragrance of your garments is like the fragrance of Lebanon. A garden locked is my sister, my bride, a fountain locked, a spring sealed up. Your plants are an orchard of pomegranates, with pleasant fruits, with henna, nard, and saffron, calmus, and cinnamon, with trees of frankincense, myrrh, and aloes, with all the chief spices. A garden spring, a well of living mayam, and streams from Lebanon. Awake, north wind, and come, south. Blow upon my garden. Let its spices flow out. Let my beloved come to his garden and eat its pleasant fruits. That verse 16 there, I would say, is a type of foreshadow of the Ruach immersion of the Ruach HaKodesh. Now, wow. What a powerful, powerful, powerful book that is. Get a chance to read that book. Read all the chapters through there, real slowly and deliberately, keeping in mind that Yahuah wants a relationship with you like that. That's what he wants, just like that. He wants deep, true, intimate love for him from you. All right, so that's a wrap. I'm done this evening now. I'll stop right there. I hope you all enjoyed it. I know I did. I found it very pleasant study, and I really, really liked it. It's kind of strange. I got I did something weird. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's showing the chat room up here on the main picture. I don't know why it's doing that. Never done that before. Anyway, hope you all enjoyed it. I did. And thank you for being here and studying with me this evening. I hope everybody got a better understanding of what Yahuah wants, what his intent is, and when he created, and what he wants, and what he's looking for. And that's a bride. And so be part of the love story. And, keep doing what you're doing, man. So, thanks for coming and talking up a storm in the chat room, and helping everybody out, showing everybody love and kindness and truth, and in the chat room. That's real important. Appreciate it. And oh yeah, don't forget about tomorrow. We go into a new study tomorrow. It's a good time to come in. We're going into 2 Samuel. So we finished 1 Samuel last week, and it was a really, I thought was a really good conversation that we had last week, and it was really spot on. But we're going to go into 2 Samuel now, and should be a really, really good study as well. It's mostly about King David, isn't it? So we're going to learn more about him. And so, be there or be square. And remember to stay in love with Yahushua. So we're on the same channel, 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the same channel. So noontime, lunchtime is when we do it. Okay, so yeah. Thanks for being here. Thanks to the Incognito group for being here. Thanks Speedy Gonzalez and his faction for being here. Peace, joy, and love to everyone. And I'll see y'all next week or see you tomorrow. Your perceived choice. So long, folks. So long, Netzarim, beloved of Yahuah. Had a lot of fun tonight. Hope you all did too.